1.
Right. I now call the open session of the Snowline Unified School District Board of Trustees meeting to order and to report out from closed session with a motion by Nathan Bristol and a second by Daniel Flores. The Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees took action to employ Danny Medford as the Director of Transportation with effective date to follow. The roll call vote was as follows. President Hernandez, aye. Clerk Flores, aye. Member Behringer, aye. Member Bristol, aye. Member Kaloum, aye. Welcome, Mr. Flores.
Medford.
The floor is right there. Yeah, if you could stand up, please, sir. Thanks so much. Welcome to the district.
Hey! Want to say a couple words? Yeah, welcome aboard, Danny Medford. This is Daniel Flores, by the way, so now you know who he's talking about there, right? Minnie Daniels, right? But welcome aboard. Danny Medford comes to us from Apple Valley Unified School District, being a leader over there. Durham, prior to that, is actually Canadian too, a little known fact there. So check in on the, I would say, barely noticeable accent, but it's a good one nonetheless. We're really excited to have you come on board. He's got quite a bit of leadership in his background. I know he's thrilled to be coming over to Snowline. We too are thrilled to have you here. Thanks so very much. Any quick comments from coming over to Snowline? We too are You're certainly well. Thanks so very much for coming.
If you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please stand. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Where is it?
We're going to have one first.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I will turn this over now to Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thanks so very much. Thanks to everyone for being patient. Tonight we have two student presentations. I'm going to start with the first one. Alan Miller will hand the second one. Selfishly, this one's called the Superintendent's Honor Roll. And use this microphone. Really pleased to talk about the Superintendent's Honor Roll. Those of you who can see up on the screen, want to make sure that those who are logging in, particularly even family members, and thanks for doing that, Robert, we can go to that next screen here. Superintendent's Honor Roll is in its third year. It was really born out of the fact that we have perfection here in the school district in many ways. In this case, we're talking about perfection academically. And you can see the guidelines right there. This honor is presented to our highest achieving seniors. And what it says is that these seniors who I'm going to be calling up from Serrano High School, they have gotten nothing less than A's on their transcripts, on their report cards over the span of freshman, sophomore, and junior years. And the idea was born out of the fact that on November 30th, those who are applying to colleges, we wanted to make sure that you could get this on your proverbial resume on those applications, not because it says Ryan Holman, in no short order there, no way at all. But more importantly, that it's just another way to say this is perfection when we talk about the academic end. And so to that end, what we've done is we've brought, and my wonderful assistant here, we're going to be giving those wonderful seniors who I'm calling up in just a moment, this certificate just to signify that outstanding work. And this cord will be worn during graduation. We'd encourage you to wear it. What it represents are all the colors of our high schools here in Snowline, not just Serrano High School, of course, but we also have Snowline Academy, Chaparral High School, and those who go to Eagle Summit Community Day School. So what I have here are 11 students. I'd love for them to come forward. I know it gets a little embarrassing, but we love this moment, and we're not intending to embarrass you. We're really intending to honor you. And if you come to the front after you come up and get your awards, that would be great, because I'm going to prepare you for the dreaded picture. I love it. If I get permission from everyone, we'll put it out on social media. Hopefully your parents will love it too, and your family members. But we just love the work here. And honestly, this is a really powerful award when we talk about kids getting nothing less than A's on their report cards. So with no further ado, I'm going to read off all the names. I know not everyone was able to make it here tonight. The first one's Emma Beard. Emma, are you here? Here she is. Let's hear for Emma. Come on up, Emma. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking around here. The next one is Maddie DiGiorgio. I don't think I see Maddie. Oh, there she is. Yes, there's Maddie. Yes, Maddie. All right, she's yay. Our third person, and I think he's playing basketball, Shane Gage. Did Shane make it in here? No, but let's hear it for Shane Gage, okay? Our fourth person who is here, let's hear a huge round of applause for Kelsey Gomarco. Next up is Landon Haney. Let's hear it for Landon. Yay. Yes, all right, Landon. Thank you. The next person is Mariah Kavanaugh. I don't think I see Mariah, but how about a huge round of applause for Mariah? Our next person is Leilani Madayag. Did I get that correct? Yes, I got it. Yes. Last name. Here we go. All right, let's hear it for Leilani. Our next wonderful student is Samara Ramirez Sanchez. Hey, Samara. Our next individual, I hope we can bring her up here, and that's Aubrey Rainey. Aubrey, you here? Yes, she's willing and here. Yay, Aubrey. All right, let's hear for Aubrey. Next up is Rachel Worley. Rachel, are you here, Rachel? No, but we need to have a huge round of applause for Rachel. Let's hear it for Rachel. And last but not least, Jaden Woods. Jaden, can you come on up? Yay, Jaden. Yes. Love it. Yeah, let's hear it. I know these poor students are just like, Ryan, just let me get out of here. Thank you so very much. But here's what I just want to bring up. I didn't say this at the start because I want to say for them. The range of GPA is 4.2 to 4.7, standing right up here. You can't get over a 4.0 without taking honors classes, right? Advanced placement classes, the highest level of courses. You think about AP, that's college level courses. Again, that range, 4.2 to 4.7. Incredible. The average across here is almost 4.5. Let's hear a huge round of applause for these tremendous students. Yeah. So parents, will you join me in embarrassing them and standing up and take a picture real quick? I'm gonna get my phone, okay? Mm-hmm. Oh gosh, the C's part, and I'm not ready. Oh my gosh. One last one. 3. Oh, one last time. Thank you so very much. Thanks for sharing time with us. I bet they have homework. President Hernandez, is that okay if we excuse them? I bet they have homework to do, if not studying, if not doing something else, because we know they're all super.
Tennis banquet.
Tennis banquet, too. Oh, yes.
Yeah, most certainly. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. Congratulations, great work. But yes, if you have other duties tonight, please feel free.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks.
Oh,
Thanks,
yeah,
man, just
yeah.
let me do that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
And I'll be turning this to you.
Yes. Choose my number. Okay.
All right. Well, following that fantastic presentation, thank you, Dr. Holman. We'll turn this over to Mr. Alan Miller for a site presentation.
Thank you, President Hernandez. First of all, I want to thank Pinyon Mesa for your flexibility with our schedule. We had a couple of changes this evening. So without further ado, our West Side Comprehensive Middle School, I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Kim Miller.
You guys are the West Side. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us tonight. Mrs. Delgado and I are just going to go through a couple of quick things about our school with you, and then we're going to turn the floor over to all the amazing staff and kids we brought with us tonight, just to showcase some of the great things we have going on at Pinyon Mesa. So thanks for having us. You can go on to the next slide, Mr. Chacon. All right, so Pinyon Mesa, what makes us unique? I think a lot of you have heard us talk before about our ABCs. We focus at Pinyon Mesa on our triangle of academics, behavior, and connectivity. Everything we do is around our PLC, our PBIS, and all the student activities and opportunities we give our students perform. We've had a lot of commentary lately. It's been interesting with a lot of new staff members on our campus, and some of them have come from other places, talking about just the school spirit and the things that we have going on there that aren't, the culture on our campus that's really different than maybe where they came from or what they've seen other places. So we're proud of that, atmosphere and that opportunity that we present with our kids. So you can go ahead, Mr. Chacon. All right, so on our academics and our PLC, we have a flex schedule. It's a block schedule where our students have math and English every single day for 73 minutes. Science and social studies and PE elective are every other day classes, but then we're able to build in intervention time during the day. So when we have students that are struggling and particularly in math and English, but if they're also having study skills issues, or maybe they just are struggling with work completion, things of that nature, then we're able to give them time during the school day to get extra help from their teachers. That's the last 40 minutes of our day every single day. In addition to that, we have our PLC time during the day. Our schedule allows our teachers to meet in their PLC teams during the school day, which is really beneficial to us. We spend a lot of time talking about performance data and monitoring students and how they're doing in school. We have an honors math class that our students can take if they're looking toward moving into the honors track at the high school. And we're having a lot of conversations district-wide, not just Pinyon Mesa, about whether that needs to be expanded down a little bit in 6th and 7th grade to support that program in 8th grade. We have students that participate in History Day and Science Fair. In our electives, we have technology and coding, art, leadership skills, and we also have robotics for our 6th graders and an amazing music program. So we're very proud of everything our students have going on in their academic life.
All right, so I'm Lori Delgado. I'm the assistant principal. And Mr. Chacon, if you could switch the slides, thank you. The next piece that we focus on is our social emotional learning and PBIS. That is another really strong focus at Pinyon Mesa that's built into our everyday activities, into our everyday just kind of being as a Wolverine. It's been a long-standing program that was established years ago, probably 14, 15 years ago at Pinyon Mesa. So we've used Mesa money for positive behavior around campus and in class. And students can use the Mesa money on monthly activities as well as different pop-up activities that kind of happen on a whim, kind of following like what's trending, the pop-up shops that happen, as well as some of our grade staff have started picking that up and using it in their classes for kind of like a pop-up activity, like Seat Swap Friday. Or so if they're just kind of bringing up some more use towards the Mesa money and keeping the Mesa money relevant. Other activities that we've brought back are Student and Staff of the Month Spotlight, and that's an additional positive recognition. So monthly, our staff nominate students and staff members that they feel are just kind of demonstrating the Wolverine way and are exceeding. And then all of our nominees are notified. So they all receive the notice that someone thinks that you're doing an outstanding job. As well, our cost team further supports students who just need some additional targeted support. So grade level cost teams will meet monthly, and then monthly as well, we'll have a site cost team meeting. And we've branched out and have included our assigned social worker from the SEL team or from student intervention and attendance, as well as our attendance person who's assigned to Pinyon Mesa, so that we can kind of bring in and pool all of our resources and really face like a well-rounded approach to how can we provide more supports than what are just on campus at Pinyon Mesa, but really reach out to provide the whole family support. We also have dedicated time weekly or daily for our PBIS coach to meet with students who are in need of support. So at that cost level, we might identify a student who that person can work with, or maybe a teacher will just send a quick email. This week I noticed so-and-so may be having some struggles, and we'll get them in contact. As well as we have weekly time built into Flex for social emotional learning lessons. And we've used the Habitudes curriculum. It's an online curriculum that was really successful last year. And then we kind of married it and blended it together with the pacing plan that student attendance and intervention, I mixed that up, brought forth this school year. So we have restructured our lessons to follow along with the plan so that we're still doing the same competencies as the rest of the district. Okay, you can switch slides. Thank you. We're very excited and really honored this year to be bringing families back on campus. One of our biggest events that we had so far this year, we had over 292 family members, relatives sign in for our student Eat Lunch with Your Student Day. And that was really exciting to have that back on campus. So getting parents back in Pinyon Mesa and getting families involved at Pinyon Mesa has been really exciting to see. Other activities that we have throughout the year where we've had parents invited to participate are the Patriot Day Assembly, Eat Lunch with Your Student Day or Kid Day, the Halloween concert at the end of the day in Flex, and then we have an upcoming Renaissance rally in December, and then we'll have another one in the spring. We also have conferences twice a year. We're coming up on some of our at-risk conferences this week. And then in January, our student-led conferences where students really get to showcase their own work and share what they've been doing for the past semester. So that's exciting. And then as well, we have an active ELAC committee and school site council that meet routinely and follow along with kind of our school plan and help guide what is going on at Pinyon Mesa. And we're looking forward to rebuilding and building our PTT group back up now that we can have our parents back on campus and get that involvement going again.
All right. And for our student spotlight tonight, we just really want to talk about our student connections and all the great stuff that we have going on for our kids and with our kids and that our kids are doing at Pinyon Mesa. So we have an extensive club program on our campus. Everything from theater, Encourage Kids Club, art, CJSF, scrapbooking, gaming. There's a whole bunch more. I won't even be able to name them all. But our teachers really dedicate their own time before and after school to make sure that kids are finding a way to get hooked in and get connected. And that's really important to us. We participate in HDL sports, so we have a supporting league against other schools that gives kids opportunities. We also tend to have some clubs that focus on sports as well if kids are maybe not at that competitive level but still want to participate in sports. We obviously have vocal instrumental music program that's amazing and really working hard to feed into Serrano's program. We have our ASB group that does amazing things with our kids all the time. So we brought 3 groups with us tonight to speak to you. Our ASB is here and they're going to go first. And then we have our theater club that's going to share with you what they're doing. And then we have our Encourage Kids Club that's going to talk to you about both the positive and the educational things that they've got going on in their group. So you guys are up first. Talk into the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Jay Shippey, and I am the ASB treasurer of this year's ASB at Pinion Mesa Middle School. Our ASB is a very busy group, and our goal is to always help our students and staff feel connected to our school, have fun, and make memories. To do this, we have activities going on all the time. This year, our focus has been to continue rebuilding our school culture after COVID messed with it. It is our goal to continue traditions at school as well as bring new ones to Pinion Mesa and make this year amazing for all kids and staff. Some of the things we have already done is our annual Patriots Day ceremony, the fall dance, Halloween haunted house, and several spirit days, also including lunch activities and Renaissance activities. But most recently, we have held our annual Western Day lunch, carnival, and rally to raise money for those who are suffering with breast cancer. In our coming weeks, we will have turkey bowling, our large Renaissance rally, and some other fun activities.
Hi, I'm Parks Wisniewski, and I am an ASB representative. Every year as a group, we sit down and discuss goals for this year. Our big goal this year is to really continue the good work of past ASBs. We are very proud of how busy our group is and how much we accomplish each and every year. During the year, we run our web orientation program for our new students. WEB stands for Where Everyone Belongs, and it starts at the beginning of the year with a 6th grade orientation program where the 6th graders do activities with their web leaders, get tours, and get comfortable at Pinion Mesa. Throughout the year, our web leaders meet with every new student, give them a tour, and make sure that their first day goes well.
May you please switch the slide?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chacon,
Hey, Robert, are we able to put a,
pictures back up?
put that slideshow back up? There might be maybe a slide or two left on that.
Hi,
Yeah. Are you guys done with the kids? Well, I just wanted to get the kids on the stream. That's all.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. That's okay.
I'll put it up when they're done presenting.
Yeah, thanks, Robert.
Hi, I am Jack Roney, and I am an ASB representative. Another area we focused on was our Renaissance program, which is a program that rewards kids for good grades and citizenship. Depending on a student's grade point average, they earn a Renaissance card. Gold cards are for 4.0 GPAs. Silver cards are for 3.0 to 3.99 GPAs. And bronze cards are for 2.5 to 2.99 GPAs. Card holders cannot have an N or U in citizenship. These cards can earn them several incentives, including early to lunch, homework passes. Gold card holders can even have a grade bump. Several local businesses also give Renaissance card holders discounts and free items for their cards. With all of this, there are special assemblies that held to recognize the hard work of these kids and celebrate success. Special rewards throughout a quarter, like a free ice cream or candy, and coming up to Krispy Kreme donuts free to Renaissance card holders. Currently, about 600 of our students have a Renaissance card.
Hi, my name is Isol Godoy, and I'm one of these year's lunch activity commissioners. We keep the energy flowing throughout each day. You often come to our school and hear music playing at lunch and see several different activities during lunches. That all gives students opportunities to have fun as well to compete in some fun-natured games. Recently, we had a spirit week, and that started with Halloween and our haunted house, and ended with Western Day, where we had an old-fashioned lunch carnival and then a rally where classes competed in fun activities like hot dog spitting, cow patty throw. Don't worry, it was toilet paper soaked in water. And dunking of staff members. The staff members signed up to be dunked, and kids voted for who they wanted to see dunked with money. The money was raised and donated to one of our Pinion Mesa families dealing with breast cancer.
Good evening, I'm Parker Hiller, an ASB representative. We also try to provide activities outside of the school day, such as dances. In our first dance, saw over 500 of our students participate. Our next dance is a semi-formal dinner dance where kids will get dinner as well as the dance. One of our most prized possessions, however, is our annual Patriots Day ceremony, which started 3 days after 9/11. This year, we have over 50 parents, grandparents, and siblings participate in the Parade of Heroes honoring veterans, current military, and first responders. We had approximately 300 of our Penny Mesa parents come out to the ceremony, and our speaker was a Vietnam veteran. In the coming months, we have planned a Renaissance rallies, a dodgeball tournament, assemblies, dances, and much more to be planned. Recently, we were told by a brand new staff member who has been in many other schools in her career that Penny Mesa is what school is supposed to be like, and how that she wished all the kids could experience this place. Our school is Wolverine proud for sure.
All right.
Good evening. My name is Emily Abbott, and I am the Vice President of Theater at Pena Mesa Middle School. This is my second year in theater, and I've already learned so much. Miss Edmonston is our teacher, and she has taught us the terminology and techniques we need to know to practice and perform. I have also made many new friends, and that has helped me to build my confidence and communicate with others on a more personal level. Being in theater has helped me decide what I want to take my theater classes into high school and become a scare actor after I graduate. I am grateful for this chance to be in theater and all I have learned.
Hello, my name is Ella Davis, and I am the president of the theater club at Pinion Mesa Middle School. Theater has been such an amazing experience, and Miss Edmonston is a phenomenal theater teacher. The people in theater are super fun, kind, and respectful. We go to the Saturday Academy, do fun activities, and really get to know each other. We also do a lot of team building, which really bonds us together. Theater is more than just putting on plays and performing. We are a family and are always there for each other. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Melanie Gonzalez, and I'm the president of the New Courage Kids Club. And I'm Zoe Alvarado, one of the members of the club. We are here to talk about what we do. For example, we took the tobacco use prevention education theory training. Do I have to say it again?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
We didn't want
my
to miss
bad.
anything there.
And did, along with random acts of kindness, project friendship with lunch in the counselor's room, welcoming in students and parents, and the vaping prevention event.
All these events
allow us to connect with students.
We can give them a little higher. Can they come over to maybe member Bristol's? Hmm? Yeah. Okay, Miss Delgado, they can maybe use Mr. Bristol. Yeah. Member Bristol's. They're all awesome.
Okay. All these events allow us to get closer to students and help kids connect with different people and create new friends. We also help educate to prevent tobacco use, as Zoe said. And these random acts of kindness help to put a smile on children's faces. We hope to make the school a better place with our club, and we will continue doing it no matter what.
Our project friendship was to help other people who were struggling making friends or just wanting to make a new couple of friends have a fun time at lunch with just little lunch events like games and drawing and just talking. Our lunch events were such a good thing for the grade levels, especially 7th grade. We saw many people and had a great time, and we hope to continue doing so. Welcoming parents and students into the school was making posters, taking them to the bus ramps, and just hanging them around school in general. We got a bubble gun, and we just having bubbles around at the front of the school with posters saying, "Honk if you love a Wolverine," and a bunch of other things. It was a great day for Pinion Mesa that day. And our bus ramps, we even made one of the bus drivers cry with joy. It made their day that day. And it was a very good day. We hope to continue doing that as well. Our vaping prevention vaping prevention event is coming up in just a couple of days. We're going to be showing people the effects of vaping and smoking and why you shouldn't do so, along with hanging up posters around the school. We hope to show students the effects on vaping and what it causes and what it does to your body, including cancer and a bunch of other things. And we just want students to learn that vaping and smoking won't help with your anxiety, and it isn't cool, and it can cause a lot of harm to your body, and to stop if you are.
We hope that this helped you realize what the Encourage Kids Club does for Pinion Mesa Middle School. We hope you have a great rest of your night, and if you have any questions, contact us at Pinion Mesa Middle School.
Thank you very much for coming. Board, do you have any questions or comments?
So outstanding. What a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much for being here tonight. There's a lot of great things going on over at Pinion Mesa.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks also. I know it's hard to get up behind a microphone and stand there and talk, so thanks for doing that, guys.
I know. Yeah, some really great stuff coming out of there. I heard some numbers getting thrown out. 600 students, probably plus or minus, with the Renaissance card, 500 going to dances. What's Pinion Mesa's current enrollment?
Just about 800.
So you get 75%. Wow.
75% of our students.
Yeah, good call.
75% of our students, that means they have more than a 2.5 and they don't have any Fs and they don't have any U's in citizenship, because we count their behavior in there, as well as we have some kids that maybe get higher than a 2.5 but are failing a class, they get disqualified for that as well. So that means no Fs, no U's, and more than a 2.5. That's 75% of our kids. We're very proud of that statistic. I appreciate you guys for bringing that up. So
Yeah, that's fantastic. And then 500 participating in dances, that's 60%, 66% just at that participation level. That's fantastic. Really impressive.
And I think we had 300 parents for Eat Lunch with Your Kid, but I also think we had about 300 parents sign up for the Patriotic Assembly as well when we did that. So
Yeah, absolutely. Rest of the board, any other comments?
I want to say that you guys are amazing, and you guys are going to do so great in high school. So keep doing what you guys are doing. Like, do peer leaders. We have like a peer leaders program, and do ASB, do theater. Like, just stay involved as you guys go up, because it's very great what you guys are doing, and I'm super proud of you guys. Okay, so.
Very cool. Yeah. Hey, Dr. Ullman, any?
Well, first of all, so well said by an ASB president, right, of the entire school up here, right? She is wonderful. So great advice. Ms. Miller, I wonder if you just help me out. Can you just pick one student? I'm sure all of them could do it. Here's the question. There are so many elementary school parents logged in, I'm sure, right now, listening across the globe. So to them, I guess the question is, Ms. Miller, what would be the best part of Pinion Mesa Middle School to tell an elementary school fifth grader who's coming next year, but to excite them? Can you pick one just real quickly?
Use the mic.
come on.
All right. Yes.
Volunteer.
I'm sure I could have got any of them. No.
Oh, I love it.
What would you tell a fifth grader or one of their parents it's great about Pinion Mesa coming up to our school?
So what I would say to an upcoming Pinion Mesa Wolverine is just enjoy fifth grade while you can. Don't do anything that you don't want to do. And to the parents, just support your kids. And Pinion Mesa is a great school, and I already love this school, and I just joined.
Perfect. Thanks, Ms. Miller.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you all, Pinion Mesa students. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah, thanks all of you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no fair games on my front of that one. I'll do it.
Yeah, that's her daughter. That's Ashley's
Oh,
daughter.
is
I
it?
think. Yeah, she did such a great
Oh.
job. Yeah, she was
She
great. Oh, she knew it.
memorized it.
I know, and nailed it. That was so great. Yeah, thanks for bearing with us there. That was well worth it. Thanks, Dave.
How are we doing there, Mr. Miller? You got that live again? I do appreciate that. Okay, well, that will take us to community comments now, and I do have one comment card in person, nothing online, so I'll invite Miss Ashley Alvarado, please.
I have my own cheerleader tonight.
That's right.
Good evening. Thank you to the Board of Trustees and administration for your time. My name is Ashley Alvarado. I'm here representing CSEA Chapter 278, Snowline Unified. Clerk Flores, for the acronym list, it is CSEA, California School Employees Association. Oh, that is Member Bristol wanted that. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was trying to be funny and I didn't even get it right. CSEA members bring passion and purpose to their job to make a difference in the lives of the students they serve here in Snowline. Our classified employees are essential workers here in our district who keep our schools running, so our wonderful teachers, shout out to Snowline Teachers Association, can educate our next generation in a secure, clean, fully stocked classroom, while also ensuring they have bellies full of food to fuel their brains. CSEA members support our students, staff, and community members, and I'm here to ask for your continued support too. A little highlight from just last week, one of our CSEA members had the honor of presenting or being a keynote speaker at a County of San Bernardino's superintendent event, recognizing our Seal of Biliteracy recipients. I think we had 21 students that were recognized. Berenice Torres is our bilingual associate over at Pinion Hills, and we're just so proud of her. She's a former Seal of Biliteracy recipient also, and thank you. That's me.
Thank you for your comments. All right, that'll take us to adoption of the agenda to the board. Are there any items that you wish to pull or address? Nothing? I have a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. And preferential vote from our student board member.
Aye.
Thank you. By show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. That will take us to consent motion. We have a motion to approve the agenda or the consent agenda.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
And once again, to our student board member for their preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you. And by show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. We just passed the minutes of the October 25, 2022 regular meeting of the Snowline Unified School District Board of Trustees. Approved personnel motions. Approved resolution 23-1616 to comply with AB 361 for possible virtual board meetings. Approved designation of the 2022 annual organization meeting of the Snowline Unified School District Governing Board of Trustees. Approved online tutoring agreement between Snowline Unified School District and TutorMe. Approved the online tutoring agreement between Snowline Unified School District and Panorama Education. Approved the contract agreements between Snowline Unified School District and Leader Services for Medi-Cal Administrative Activities Claim Services. Approved agreement with Leadership Associates, LLC, and Snowline Unified School District for Leadership Support Services. Approved closure of Fund 25 Project Subfund 9813 for Snowline Unified School District. Approved authorization to piggyback on bids awarded by other public agencies and school districts. Approved student expulsions and or stipulated expulsions and or stipulated suspended expulsions. And approve the district financial transactions, taking us to item J1. And I'll turn that over to Mr. Miller.
Okay, thank you. I just had to find my place on the agenda
Yeah.
here. So, got J1 here. This will be to bring the SIPSs to the board for review. And go through that real quick. Sorry. Yeah, and as you know, with last board meeting, we brought the MTS SIPSs. We appreciated your expedited approval of those plans so that we could keep them in compliance, specifically Eagle Summit Community Day School, since they were in CSI status. So we appreciate that. We're bringing the remainder of the SIPSs to the board for review tonight. You guys will have until next board meeting to go ahead and review those documents until
Thank you for that.
approval. Sure, it's a lot of reading. Of course, it's some pretty lengthy documents there. As always, I think we've made this a good practice for us to give you plenty of review time of those documents, but also to open up the channels for any communication with the specific sites. If you have questions to the respective school site plans, they'll be happy to answer those questions for you. And then I've already invited the principals to the next board meeting, so they can be here to answer any other questions for you that you might have as you complete the reading of those documents. So with that, I leave that for your consideration.
Thank you very much for those 300 plus pages for our review. That will be leisurely reading. Currently, any questions? All right, very good. Thank you. The board is in receipt and we will review. That'll take us to item K1 and we'll turn that over to Dr. Ullman.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Before the board is a request to either approve either the acceptance or denial of a liability claim that is on the agenda. My recommendation as superintendent, as well as the administrative team, is to approve a denial of the liability claim.
Approve a denial. Do I have a motion to deny the claim?
I'll make a motion.
A second.
Second.
Thank you very much. And a preferential vote from our student board member.
Aye.
Thank you. And by a show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion is approved as a denial. Thank you very much. All right, K2, Dr. Ullman.
Yeah, thank you, President Hernandez. What's on the board agenda here is one that we have every single meeting, and we want to continue to keep you as board members updated on our progress toward accomplishing, attaining, realizing the LCAP goals. LCAP's the Local Control and Accountability Plan, otherwise known as the School District Plan. So I'm going to turn this over to Alan Miller. Before, of course, we've heard about our CASP, our standardized test scores. Now we're going to take them to a different level in terms of comparison. So with that, the introduction, Alan, thanks so very much for taking this over.
Thank you, Ryan. And I would just ask you or encourage you to go ahead and click on your PDF documents under that agenda item. We have a presentation coming up, but once again, it might be a little more advantageous for you to have it right there on your computer screen as we're navigating each one of these slides. So with this, just going back a little bit in time, we brought all of the district-specific CASP data to you when we were allowed to reveal just sites, or district data on the CASP. Once the results statewide were released, we were permitted to go ahead and compile some data that offers us some interesting and useful comparisons, looking regionally, locally at some of the desert and local other neighboring mountain districts, as well as county data and state data. So if we could go on to the next slide, please. These graphs are taken directly off of the CASP website, and they've got a pretty nice or pretty useful feature on that website where you can do comparisons, either comparing yourselves to state and the county averages on the CASP tests, or you can also go ahead and stack up other districts next to you and do those comparisons as well. So this is a pretty generic bar graph. You can see ideally, I mean, at the very tip of the spear, the blue is the best. Green is meets standards. Yellow is approaching standards or nearly met standard, and red is not meeting standards. So you can see the three bars there, with Snowline being on the extreme left, State of California being in the middle, and San Bernardino. And this is we're looking specifically at English language arts and literacy data here. If we go on to the next slide, you'll see a little bit more useful or a little more quantified slide that will also show the three entities being Snowline, State of California, and San Bernardino County, with those color breakdowns as well, but also showing in each one of the columns the percentages, the exact percentages of how many students exceeded, met, nearly met, or did not meet standard in English language arts. Going on to the next slide, Mr. Chacon. All right, this was a slide that we compiled within our department, looking at regional comparisons here. Now you'll see all of the districts, 17 in total of the local high deserts districts that I mentioned, as well as the local mountain regions, including Rim of the World and then Bear Valley. So you can see this is the ELA comparison here. You'll see Snowline at that number 7 spot, and then you'll see the districts that finished ahead of us. Once again, you have the quantified data in percentages of exceeding, meeting, nearly meeting, and not meeting standard. Just for our analysis, and maybe this will be helpful to you as well, to see how, because we're evaluating ourselves in 3 different core subject areas, but what we did was we highlighted the districts that finished ahead of us to kind of break it down. Did they finish ahead of us in all 3 core subject areas? Did they outpace us in 2 or only 1? So that's what we have here. So with the light red highlights of Bear Valley and Silver Valley, those are the only 2 districts that outpaced us consistently in 3 different subject areas. With Rim of the World, they finished ahead of us in 2 subject areas. We finished ahead of them in 1. Victor Valley, they finished ahead of us in 1, being English language arts, and we finished ahead of them in 2 subject areas. Helendale, it was a 1-1-1, so they beat us out in 1 area, being English language arts. We had we were exactly even with them in another, and then we finished ahead of them in the 3rd subject area. Morongo, also a 1 and 2 split, them beating us in 1 area, English language arts, and us outpacing them in the areas of math and science. And then you can see all of the other districts locally and where they finished below us there on that number 7 spot.
Why do you have Victor L? Even though is this cumulatively across all 4 categories that we outpaced or they outpaced? Because it does show that they had 11% exceeding, whereas
Right.
we were 9.
But when you combine, because the state evaluates us on meets and exceeded grade levels, so you'll see
Okay.
that we have a higher cumulative
I
percentage there. So great question there. Thank you for pointing that out.
And then also, the CAS scores are taken grades 3 through 8 and 11. Is
Yes.
that correct?
3 through 8 and 11.
Okay. So whereas Victor Valley Union High School District, that would encompass their junior high schools and high schools, or is
Yes.
it just okay? Okay.
Thank you. All right, going on to the next slide. In mathematics, it's the same format, so I think you'll become familiar with the slides very quickly here. So you've got that more generic colored slide with the bar graph there, getting a quick glimpse of how we stacked up against the state of California and San Bernardino County. And then going on to the next slide, number 6, we have that more quantified breakdown there of how we compare to those two bigger bodies.
I'm sorry, I missed it. What were the grade levels tested?
Grades 3 through 8, and then only grade 11 in high school. And then going on to that next slide, same format, and this is the regional rankings here. So we have Snowline in the 4th spot with that tie with Hellendale that I alluded to earlier. And then with Silver Valley and Bear Valley, once again, outpacing us in mathematics. Oro Grande, they only outpaced us in one area, and that was mathematics. And then we had the tie with Hellendale. And you can see how the remaining districts fall all the way through number 16 there. And you can see some other ties there as well. Okay, and with that, if there are any questions there, we can capture questions at the end as well. Moving on to science, we've got the first slide showing that color-coded breakdown here. And then going on to the next slide, which I like to look at the numbers or the percentages. You can see the quantified breakdown across the three entities being compared, us, the state, and the county. And then going on to the regional comparison slide, you can see once again a number 4 finish there with Silver Valley and Bear Valley finishing ahead of us, and Rim of the World finishing ahead of us in this area. And then the following districts down the scale. And just a reminder, once again, the state looks at the cumulative percentage of meet standards and exceed standards for the total. There's some promise. There's some promise in that standard nearly met, but we really want to move all of our kids over to the green minimally. And then going on to the last slide there, wanted to just crunch some numbers and look at doing some overall averages for all 3 of the subject areas. So basically we took the rankings of each district across the board, divided by 3, and came up with an average there. So you can see that across the 3 core subject area performances, we had an overall ranking of 5, and you can see how our local districts that did finish above us, Silver Valley, Bear Valley, and Rim of the World, had 1.3, 1.7, and 4 respectively. And then you can see the rankings, how they proceed all the way down to Barstow Unified School District. So I thought that was since to kind of take those out of the siloed subject areas and then just do a cumulative comparison as well on averages. So that is the presentation on the comparisons. Hopefully we didn't oversimplify it, but we wanted to give you enough of an overview to see how we stack up to some of our neighboring districts. So I'll be happy to take any questions you might have. Daniel, I'll refer to President Hernandez.
Sure, we'll start with Daniel. I have a question I probably should have asked for this information ahead of time, but where were we before COVID? Do we have any of those answers? Or do we know where we were with the math, or the ELA, the math and the science? Do we remember?
Sure. Well, we didn't have a science percentage back then because we were just piloting that test. So that wasn't part of our queue of assessments or an official assess queue or assessment. But in language arts and math, it was a little bit different because I didn't include the local neighboring mountain districts. I just included the high desert. And the last time that we had official CASP data, we were about number 3.
Okay.
And
but what percentage-wise, like how many were meeting? Like, because with
certainly.
I'm sorry, with math,
Exceeding.
exceeding and meeting, it was 5.5 and 13.6 total of standard met.
Sure.
Do we remember what we used
Just
to be?
off
What
the
would it have
top
been?
of my
It would have
head,
been
we were in the
19,
upper
20 or
30s.
upper 30s.
Yeah, and I can get you the exact numbers,
If
but
you could, please.
yeah, it was. I want to say it was about 37% in English language arts, and I want to say it was in the high 20s in mathematics. So could probably pull that up and mention that in my comments later on too. So I'll pull up the official CASP website. So we have dropped for sure. All the other districts have dropped as well. But
I was just curious, to
Sure.
know. I know those were the questions we were all asking early on. Is what's the degree of learning loss that we're seeing?
Absolutely.
So now we're seeing. Okay.
Sure.
So it's helpful.
Yeah, definitely.
It's helpful to know where we are, so we can.
Definitely not hiding from the data for sure. So,
Yeah, it's difficult. I know Steve. Sorry, Steve. His hand might have been.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I don't know. I really don't care myself where we stand compared to everybody else. I just see that overall, even if you look at the whole state of California, like 25%,
Yeah.
30%.
It's dire.
It's struggling.
Meeting minimum standards or above. So none of that matters. What matters is what's our plan. Yeah.
Sure.
So we're working on a plan.
Oh, absolutely. And
Do we have any interim ideas of what the plan looks like?
oh, absolutely. I've shared that with you. I mean, it's really that PLC process. It's for the very first time really going deep with what we have as far as local data, not looking simply at the CASP or the CAST assessments, because that really is rearview mirror data. But it's taking with fidelity the Renaissance assessments, which I'm proud to say go up and down from elementary school all the way to high school now. So we are getting some assessments that do correlate with this test. We don't quite have the percentage that we want. We really want it to be on par with the CASP and the CAST and hitting that 95% percentage rate, if not greater. But it's much higher than it was when I reported to you approximately this time last year. So we do have a much higher participation rate. And now the plan is really to get our teachers to look at that data, find, okay, where are students performing well in, where are they struggling, and really adjusting their instruction accordingly, whether it's intervention, kids on the higher end of performance, how do we continue to challenge those kids? So it's really getting the work from our teachers, and that's what we're asking our principals to do, is to really have their fingers on the pulse of what's going on their own sites, getting into classrooms, getting into PLC meetings. And granted, we understand how challenging that's been in the past, but we're really asking them to really protect time to be part of those meetings, because that's the only way. If I'm a principal, the only way I'm going to really be able to tell you what's going on at my site and how instruction's looking, how the collaboration process is looking, is if I'm part of those processes and I'm not just leaving it to the teachers. I need to go in there and be a support and really ensure that those practices are happening within the department and grade level teams, and most importantly in the classroom.
Have you been able to identify any individual teachers that had success that was exemplary compared to that could be used as
The
models.
average.
You know, they went through this whole process. Their kids seem to not lose as much. Just look at what are they teaching? What is their curriculum? What is their approach? And whether they can pass that on.
There are some teachers definitely, because when we do extrapolate the CASP data, we are able to break it all the way down to teacher, and we've noticed some really big differences with some of the teachers. They're exceeding those averages that we talked about up there greatly, and we have had conversations with principals about trying to replicate those practices and really getting those teachers to take an active role as leaders within those grade levels to share those strategies that are working, and hopefully having those other teachers replicate what's being done in those real effective classrooms.
Also, as I understand it, the Panorama Education platform that we approved tonight is going to help further student success and their achievement by drilling down at the student level, finding out what their needs are so that we can have targeted interventions to assist them. I think that platform is going to really help us out with that.
I'm excited about that too. We've had a lot of effective data tools in the past that we've used, and even some of them continue to be effective. But this is the first one that really is a one-stop shop.
Right, it'll integrate all of them, the Illuminate,
absolutely.
the CASP, and all of that.
It doesn't do the teaching, which
Right.
is the most important. But if I'm an instructor, a teacher in a classroom, I'm able to pull up Christina Behringer on my computer and see exactly, really look at a lot of data points, not only academically but also behaviorally.
Right.
And just
With Swiss.
with Swiss, exactly.
Mhm.
So we are excited about having that as a platform, because that, I don't want to call that an excuse, but it's been an inconvenience in the past as far as being able to access data really
Right.
easily.
Right.
And we've gotten better as a system, and I think that this is really going to really take us to that next level of having data at your fingertips on each and every student, for sure.
I agree, because it integrates all of those.
Right.
It'll make it much easier and accessible.
Thank you.
Will we have further analysis on this data now that the more broad results are available? I know last time we received information based on a lot of demographics and how each group had compared to others. Is similar data available, or will we be receiving that in the future?
Certainly. Any data that you request, we can bring it to you. We thought that this was a good step on with the CASP data to start off with, because it didn't drill down too deeply, but it really gave us a high level view of how we are as a district. And the same thing, actually the same thing before on the original data analysis. Maybe I can share that presentation again, because we did break it down demographically and whatnot. Maybe that will be a good starting point for you to review that presentation again, and then tell me if there's anything additional that you want beyond that as far as data points.
That'd be great.
And we'll do our very best to provide it for sure.
Yeah, I agree a lot with Mr. Colomb on one. Don't necessarily care that where are we, because it's all about students' achievement. However, I do got to point out that I am proud of the fact that our teaching staff here is communicating the education process well to our students, and there is achievement occurring. We just do have to acknowledge that. So I appreciate the staff for that great work.
Absolutely.
I brought this up before, but I wondered if anybody's talked about encouraging reading, writing, and math across the curriculum. Let's say, for instance, in a history class, you can use more graphs and explain graph axes and how they work, and just concentrate as much as possible on those other 3 subjects within the curriculum? Is there anything to talk about that more?
Definitely, maybe not at a broad scale right now, but there are, I'll give you an example at the elementary school level. Going back to NCLB, we had such a heavy focus on English language arts and math, just because that's what we were being held accountable to on our with the state assessments and program improvement and whatnot. So I think people defaulted to those areas because those were the areas that were being assessed. And what I think fell by the wayside at the time, not unintentionally, was the math, or excuse me, was the science and the history, social science at the elementary level. We're back where we do have very comprehensive science curriculum at the elementary school. We're bringing back history, social science to a greater degree, but that has been a topic of conversation in the PLCs, is how we can integrate the science and specifically history, social science into English language arts. We're reading and writing and really marrying those subjects together, and not holding those subject areas in silos.
Remember, Bristol, I saw those gears jam up when he said NCLB, no child left behind. It was
sorry.
It's all gone.
No, it's okay. I was smiling because it's a tricky way to get them to have fun doing math and writing. You just, get them into a science report or a history report or something that's entertaining and exciting. But then on the back end, you have them writing a paper about it and doing some math. It's a great idea.
It's like getting geography and history. You got geography, you got geology, you got science. Tying all that stuff together.
Oh, certainly.
Do you feel like there's less writing going on because of the use of Chromebooks?
I see a student nodding over here.
I know, I have a student also here.
I think we saw two students nod there. That's 100% of the students in the room.
Yeah, at our schools, I mean, I would say even for like our senior project, like we don't do any writing. Like all we've been doing is just on the computer, like on the Chromebook. Everybody at Serrano has a Chromebook. If it's broken, you get a new one, And so I think definitely like the reading and writing is just, it's easier now. Like it's not the same as like, I mean, I guess when you're taking the test, it is online. So maybe like, but it's kind of like we got lazy. And so I think the classes have been easier because it's online, but it's like laziness, I feel like.
Good feedback. Good feedback.
Interesting.
President Hernandez, may I just amplify, I guess just a couple, or maybe just even just one really powerful statement from Alan Miller. And it's just really based upon the great questions from you, Member Colomb, and you also asked President Hernandez about what's forthcoming. And what I'll share with you, an example of this is all these data, just like when we come with these presentations, know that we were working on these not but a few weeks ago, right? We're working on these same data. We engage in those activities that I think were initially prompted by you in your very first question. What are we going to do about this? And I got to be part of and witness to all of the site leaders, right, and district-wide leaders looking at these data in PLC form and really answering those 4 questions in that setting. And that is what our kids need to know based upon what we're looking at these data. How do we know that they know it? And then the last 2 is what do we do when they do and don't know it? And so I just want to remind all of you, that's our intention. I love the question. Can we get, what's next? We'll continue to give you all that we're engaged in so that it's a real authentic look, hopefully, at what we're trying to do to leverage those best practices. Like I think was a meta message I took from you. Remember Colomb, and I remember Alan answering that nicely, that we need to leverage the many great things that are already happening out here to ensure that our students, right, get what they deserve, and that's the best from us.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I asked the question, and I know Steve does too, because that which gets measured gets worked on. So
you got it.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Moving on to K3. Dr. Ullman.
Yeah, thanks so very much, President Hernandez. And so before all of you is an information item, and I'm going to attract everyone's attention to, just like Alan Miller had shared with you, if you would do in this case, he talked about what was going to be up on the screen. That's where I'm going to attract your attention there. And that is specifically to the results of the safety audit. As board member team, I want to thank you all for supporting the safety audits that we conducted at the very beginning parts of the school year. You have the documents, but I want to share with you where we are, how we've responded as a team, so that you all know that based upon our LCAP, right, the local control and accountability plan, the district survey that we send every single year. This was a priority for our students. It was a priority for our parents. It was a priority for our staff members, and that is ultimately safety, right? That was one of the priorities that they had indicated as a collective that we needed to address, as did you. And so let's share with you where we are in this regard. So with thanks in advance for Robert Chacon for doing two things. And that is he's going to be operating, the slideshow, but also he's going to join me in this presentation remotely, because as you'll see here on that first slide, and if we can go to that first slide there, Robert, this is what's important to all of you, right? Because you were I'd say the tip of the spear, to use Alan Miller's term. This is one of our core values, right? Safe environments. And we believe that all learning and working environments must be secure, orderly, welcoming, and characterized by consistent, predictable, positive, safe, and nurturing climates, so that the physical, social, emotional, and psychological safety of students and staff is realized. So with that, and reminders of that core value in the belief statement there, let's talk about the process. Robert Chacon, Todd Espindola, and Robert Romero were the three individuals who headed this up. You know two of them quite well. You may know the third two. Robert Chacon, of course, Director of Risk Management, as well as our marketing and public relations. Todd Espindola, our Chief of Police. And Robert Romero, who used to be actually one of our employees many years ago. He is actually the risk manager for our JPA around risk management in California schools. JPA is the name of that. A great expert who, when we polled on the California schools JPA, we were very fortunate to get Robert Romero. I'll also say very fortunate because he prioritized ourselves. And I'm hoping I'm not getting him into trouble now by saying that publicly here. But he was able to prioritize ourselves around his schedule and the multitude of items that he needed to conduct. And so we're very grateful for that. And so with that, Robert, we can go to the next slide. What I'll share with you is this kind of compendium. Here is everything that we're addressing that came from the audits 1 through 9 there. I'm going to take them one at a time. So know that I'm going to come back to each and every one. And within this presentation, I want to make sure that I and most importantly, Robert, that we provide to all of you and provide you with all of the details behind what we're endeavoring to do to make our district safer than it was, right? Increase safety and security by virtue of addressing these 9 areas. And so with those 9 areas, if we can go to the first one, we're going to have a slide for each one personnel. Let's start with our most important resource, and that is the human one, all of our people here, right? Our first core value is our people matter. And we can leverage the expertise of our people to make our school site safety. So campus monitors, with the great help of Sean Primo in the Human Resources Department, we've increased campus monitors at certain sites with that need as we've assessed it. Social workers across our district, we went from 1 to 3 this school year. Also, our health and wellness teachers on special assignment is what that acronym means, right? The 3 individuals who we put into that setting to provide for what was talked about tonight from Pinyon Mesa Middle School, what we know to be part of safety, right? Remember that core value, physical safety, but also the social, emotional, and psychological safety, and they're heading that piece up. We also have instructional associates, supporting counselors at the elementary school level, where we haven't done that before, to provide for that support for kids who need that. And then also an increase of 2 at the Heritage School, as well as at Baldy Mesa Elementary School, because of those needs. Individuals engaged in that role to provide additional support on that human resource side, with many thanks again to Sean Primo and his team and all of the people involved in that. Greatly appreciate that. Robert Chacon, Here's the first of, I think, about 9 slides. Anything you'd want to add to that?
No, Ryan, personnel was addressed in that safety audit. And just a quick little background on Robert Romero. I think it's worth kind of talking about where he came from and his experience. So he was actually part of a Homeland Security and FBI task force, and he's been up and down the state really assessing security, specifically looking at access to school sites. So he came just with a wealth of knowledge for us, a really good resource. And so as we were going, we visited each and every site. We looked at pickup and drop-off procedures. Before and after school, we looked at, perimeters and camera systems and just a whole slew of things. He had a really great checklist and worksheet that we were kind of working off of. But a lot of great recommendations, many of which, personnel included. And these were all, kind of check boxes on his list, things that we were really proud to say that we already had in the works before he was even coming here. And now we're able to enhance it even further. So thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you for slowing me down there. I was too anxious to get going. And that's a really important piece that Robert Chacon spoke to, not just with Robert Romero, but that process as well. So thanks for reminding not just everybody, but I guess I'm one of everybody. I appreciate that for sure. Here's the next one, security cameras. And I want to share with you, there are 9 items and many items within the 9 items. Here's the second one. Even prior to the safety audit, I want to give credit to our sites and Robert Chacon, who really headed this piece up, and that's replacing cameras even prior to getting into this year and getting to the safety audit. And we're even adding additional cameras, and some have already done so. And this will be an ongoing process as we continue to assess our situation. It's one thing to say that, we need more. Where do they need to be? When do we get those as rapidly as we possibly can? But as we assess an entire situation across the district, I've been proud to say that we already had some in place. We were working on replacing those, and we've even added some already at various schools, and we'll continue. But Robert Chacon, what else might you add to that?
Nothing, just a shout out to Dave Weinhold. He's kind of the one-man show when it comes to security cameras. So just a big thank you to him. He's going around and installing, dozens and dozens of these throughout the district, updating old servers, old systems, really trying to, kind of bring us into the 21st century with some of our security systems. And we're looking bigger and better as we kind of move through the safety audit process. A lot of cool stuff with security cameras, analytics come attached to them. And so we're kind of excited to kind of take it to the next level. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That is exciting. I appreciate you reminding everyone about that. Next is training and drills. You see both staff training and school drills. So let me hone in here. Our Chief of Police, Todd Espandola, has headed this piece up. He has been getting to all of our school sites. It's just about all done with combating the whole notion of a violent intruder, providing that training at all of our school sites. And with that, and once the school staff members are trained, there's then training from staff members to the students so that they know, so that then segueing into that next bullet, when we get to school drills, right, then the kids know what needs to be done. And we'll be conducting drills at all of our school sites, again, headed up by our police department, specifically Chief Todd Espandola. And again, ensuring that all staff and students have the training so they're at the ready for things like lockdowns, shelter in place, and other necessary steps to ensure the highest level of safety that certainly our students, staff members, and all others deserve. Robert, what would you add to that in specific to the training and drills?
Yeah, just a realization we had as we've been going around. We've already been, conducting staff training at several of our school sites. But what we may have forgotten was that, COVID, right? I know a lot of us have been trying to forget about COVID, but the reality is we have several, we have new staff members, new teachers, we have students that have never gone through a lockdown drill or a lockdown process, or those staff members that haven't done it in the last 3 years, right, because of COVID. So we're almost starting from the very beginning. This summer I had went through, I became certified with Homeland Security and FEMA as an emergency manager. And as I was going through those courses, it was kind of reminding me of that continuous improvement cycle. And right now we're kind of in the beginning stage really because of, of COVID and kind of not being on campus and not being able to hold these drills because of, the pandemic and social distancing and all that stuff, right? So we're kind of starting in the first little box of the continuous improvement cycle. So we're kind of in that mitigation phase and kind of reintroducing all of these topics to our staff, to our teachers, and to our students. And so it's been really well received. I think a lot of our staff members are eager to kind of re-engage in these trainings and to receive this information as we move through the next couple school years.
Yeah, so well said. Thanks for that reference to the continuous improvement cycle. And in education, we think of that too as the plan, do, check, act, right? What do? We plan to have those, safety audits, right? What do we then do? We conducted the safety audits, and now we're checking and then reassessing and continuing in that loop. So a great reference there, Robert. Thanks for adding to that. From slide 7, it's going to get us to 8, and those are staff badges. I know that might seem small, but very important piece, right? And that is knowing who's on campus. Simply put. All staff are required to wear them. They always are, but you can see that it's necessary for us to update them, not just with our new, I can't even call it new anymore, right? But the newest or the latest is probably a better way of saying it, logo, but ensuring that we have the correct pictures and so forth. And that every single staff member is wearing at all times, because we need to know who's on campus at all times for safety processes. I want to say a huge thanks here to Robert. He won't thank himself, but he's very humble, but he's been doing a great job heading up this effort, because it is a big task for 1,000 employees. Robert, you want to talk about where you are, because you're really making great progress and getting pretty close to the end here.
Yeah, it's actually been a really cool experience. Been going out to each school site and taking photos, meeting staff, new staff and staff that's been here a while. It's actually been the highlight of my day in most instances. So we've had quite a few of our school sites already participate in the program. All of our school sites are scheduled. They're on my schedule. So I go out, I set up a little photo booth, I take photos. There's an opportunity for makeup photos. And then I have a few school sites that have kind of take that challenge on themselves, which I appreciate as well. So staff, they're able to go maybe into their front office and meet with the secretary or a librarian or something and take a photo there. And all of this data, all of these photos are being uploaded into Aries. And a big shout out to Rick Hernandez, because he was able to write a script that we could pull these photos out of Aries, dump them into our badge system, into our badge database, and print out of Aries. So now everything will be housed out of Aries, which is a really big upgrade for us as well. And then we'll just do batch printing, and we'll be shipping badges out to school sites.
Yeah, thanks so much, Robert. We appreciate all those details. And I just warn the board, if not, hopefully you'll be looking forward to this. We'll make certain that you get your badges too, right? And that'll allow yourselves to, even though a lot of individuals recognize you, not everyone does. And again, that's really what this is about, right? Ensuring that everyone who has a badge should have a badge and is wearing that at all times. So look forward to that one for sure. Robert, thanks for going to slide 9 here. And in this one, I think I'll preface by saying that throughout this whole process of the safety audit, we've been talking about establishing the Snowline standard. What's the Snowline standard in all areas? I think this is one that really resonates in a real strong way. What's our standard for classroom doors? What's our standard for all doors that people could access who theoretically we would not want to access, right? And that lock standard is right up here. Securing doors with this lock block mechanism, that's that is a name of a company here, but specifically this mechanism that allows for us to have a locked outside door, slides in between the door and the door jamb, and then can quickly be pulled, just pulled back. There's no locking of the door that has to happen, and the door shuts immediately. We have asked everyone to make certain that they're in place. For the most part, they are in place even before the safety audit, but here's back again, much like badges, ensuring that that's occurring throughout the entire district, and that becomes the Snowline standard. Robert, what would you add to the lock block and our other doors too that you might be able to enhance here when we talk about some of those push doors and beyond?
Sure. Yeah. So we've been using this lock block for several years, probably about 5 or 6 years now. So we're pretty far along in this project. There are a few anomaly doors that can't utilize a lock block. Some of those doors that maybe have a panic bar, like the ones you guys will be exiting out tonight out of the boardroom. So those are anomaly doors. We do have a solution for those as well. Been working with Rick Dawson and Bob, our locksmith, on some solutions and getting these installed. But we're pretty far along down this road.
Yeah, we sure are. Thanks, Robert, for that. The next one's about, simply put, signage. And that is ensuring that not only do we have the required signs, but also other needed ones that ensure that we send those messages that we need to send, right? And that is what type of school district we are relative to safety, what's allowed and what isn't. I want to thank Robert for heading up that district order, and then we'll have really in the near coming months here, as this order happens, things have slowed down, right, because of COVID-19 and getting large orders, not just for signage but elsewhere. But they'll be coming real soon, and we'll get those installed in an organized fashion. Robert, anything specific to the signs that you want to add?
Yeah, we'll be, adding additional signs, visitor check-in in the front office, under surveillance, trespassing signs, those type of those preemptive warnings around the perimeter of all our school sites.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. And then the 11th slide here is specific to visitor management. And then we have actually a tool specifically that we'll talk as well, and that's called Raptor. Now, as you saw the safety audit, visitor management, of course, is something that's mentioned all the time, that we know who is coming on campus. We know details about them that we're allowed to know and should know so that we can ensure the most secure and safe environment. 4 of our schools right now are using a proprietary program called Raptor. What it does is it requires that when visitors come in, they offer up their driver's license, and then we're able to then access Megan's Law and ensure that safety in that regard, as well as maybe some other things, right, that might come aboard relative to specific maybe custody issues, et cetera. So with that, Robert, you want to pick up here, because those 4 schools have had great success, and we're looking forward to ensuring that we order them. We are already ordering the materials, but getting ready to install those at the other school districts throughout the district.
Yeah, it's a really neat program. Schools have had great success. We've also had this program for several years, and Ryan said 4 of our school sites has some really neat features. We can flag specific parents in the system if there's potential for restraining order or custody issues, things like that. No trespass issued, we can flag them. On the emergency management side of the house, they actually have an app that is really neat for our administrators. They're able to, let's say we go into a, earthquake. We need to do, off-site dismissal from somewhere, right? You're able to go into Raptor, see who is accounted for on your school site, who may be checked in, right? Your PTA parents, maybe some maintenance guys. We can see who's, some maintenance vendors, stuff like that. We can really get a good head count of who was on your school site. It has some really, really cool features. No issues with it. It's ran really well. The front office really likes it and appreciates it. And the really neat part is it spits you out a badge, so that everybody is wearing a badge on your campus. If they're a visitor, it prints out a little picture of you. It's your driver's license picture. It's, it says you're a visitor at what school site. And then we can even program it and say, hey, what classroom you're going to. So if you're in a different area of the school, in an area you shouldn't be, we'll be able to kind of address that. Kind of goes back to, everybody wearing a badge on your school site, right? You're supposed to be there. The badge is really what's indicating you or giving you permission to be on campus, whether it's a visitor badge or a Snowline district badge. So currently have the software, the Raptor software quote in hand. So we'll be placing that order. So right now we're working on all the hardware pieces. We need a kind of a specific computer system to be able to run this program, some furniture, right? A podium or of some sorts to house the equipment equipment. And then we're also going to be looking at kind of how our offices are established or designed, right? If you look at some of our school sites that have Raptor, Heritage, for example, or Opinion Hills, we've kind of redesigned those offices so that parents are forced to check in with Raptor before they're allowed access to the school site. So we'll be reviewing all of those in our front offices at our schools as well.
Yeah, so well said. You heard Robert mention the Heritage School as well as Pinyon Hills Elementary School. If you're wondering, the other two schools, Vista Verde Elementary School and Baldwin Mesa Elementary School, are the other two to make up four that are using it right now. Thanks, Robert, for speaking to that whole notion of ordering and the success that we've had. And I just want to reinforce that best practices. We've got a lot of success from which to really springboard off of. And it speaks back to that academic end. I think we heard that from Member Cologne. We brought that up in questions. There's no reason why we can't be capitalizing on the best practices, and we will be doing that. Nancy's staff is, committed to working with those secretaries, or she already does do that on a regular basis, and being able to work with them and capitalize on those secretaries who've already gone down that avenue to ensure that we're doing this at all the levels so that we can have the success that certainly we owe to all of our students, staff members, and our entire learning community. So with that, Robert, thanks for going over to fencing. This one's probably no surprise. We are always upgrading our fencing when it's necessary. So that's a given there. But I think one that I'll hone in on and really drive home through that safety audit is ourselves strategically placing fencing so that we can have the most secure and manageable spaces. I think the best example in this regard is Quail Valley Middle School. If we think about that, it's a beautiful piece of land. I will say it's an extensive piece of land, and we think of on I guess I would say the whole south side, all the way, in all those fields, all the way to getting onto the campus, is ourselves strategically placing fencing so that we can manage the areas in the best of ways, so that again we can control who is coming where, and even control on things like on weekends when we've got soccer going on, which is just a wonderful program that we love supporting. Know that we can cordon off areas so that we know where people are and as far as they can go. So fencing is going to be a large project. Robert will speak to it in just a moment, much better than I will. I want to say big thanks to Rick Dawson, because we know there's a whole bid process and walking the campuses and all of those things. But Robert, you'll do it better than me. What else might you add relative to fencing when we think about not only replacing we're always replacing, but also moving forward with new fencing?
Yeah, a great example of what we're aiming to look like would be a Vista Verde almost, right? If you think of Vista Verde, how their fields and playgrounds are kind of separated from the school site itself, it really gives our campus monitors and our custodians and teachers, kind of a better look at the perimeter, right? We're bringing the perimeter of the school kind of in eyes view of those who are out and about daily. So Vista does a great job with that. Phelan Elementary, kind of the same. And so we're really going to be looking at those types of large fencing projects. The other big piece of this project is going to be automatic gates. Self-closing man gates. So as staff entrances throughout the school site, they may not go through the front office, which is fine, but we want to make sure that the gate gets closed behind that staff member as they go through it, to their classroom in the morning. So we're looking at self-closing man gates, and then we're also going to be looking at either some type of RFID, fob, some type of automatic closure for our big gates, and our bus ramps, those types of areas. Our delivery areas is when we're, accepting food product, so that those gates are being opened and closed properly and timely. They're not being left open. So those are the big pieces of this project. And it's a big project, like Ryan said. It's we're looking, this is a summer project for sure. And fencing is extremely expensive right now, so we'll be prioritizing our fencing needs and kind of going from there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robert. And I heard RFID, radio frequency identification. Had to look it up, by the way. I didn't know that. I've always just used RFID. Member Cologne?
Yes. What happens if there's a very fast evacuation that has to occur? Are the gates going to be able to get open in time if whoever has the key is missing or something?
Boy, such a great point. And if you recall in that safety audit, there's references to keys, right? And so absolutely that has to be there, right? I mean, you're exactly right. We have to be able to get access to every gate, to every person who will most likely be in that position, because, the whole notion of what I'm hearing you get to is the whole notion of fleeing from any type of situation. Right. And so that hasn't happened in the past. And so that's part of the plan here too, right, is to ensure that we get in the hands of of campus monitors, for instance, and all others, the capacity to be able to open up particular areas as necessary. So it's a great point. Thanks for reminding us of that. And that's certainly on our radar too, because have to be prepared for everything.
Yeah. Just on that, you have to make, and I'm sure whoever's representing the gate piece, you have to make sure the right people can get in easy and the right people can get out easy. So if it's a fortress trying to get in, the people we want to get in to respond to certain situations need to have that access too.
It sounds like you're speaking from experience there, aren't you, for sure?
Yeah, this is like my wheelhouse. I know all about all of this.
So, I mean, and you'll be a wonderful help. You always are, actually. So thanks for that.
And we do have, just on that, Nate, Member Bristol, we do have knock boxes. We just installed knock boxes at every school site. And so they have several classroom masters and gate masters on all of our knock boxes for that site.
Yeah, thanks so very much for those questions and feedback there too. Super helpful. And then last but not least, thanks Robert for being so patient here with me. And that's communication systems. Want to, give credit to, Robert Chacon. I've talked about my superintendent's evaluation, the whole notion of a communication plan, shared with you that. And I think we're really benefiting from that plan, from his good work, from our commitment to ensuring that we really give timely information. You see that up there, and we do it on all of our platforms when issues of safety really require us to inform all of our educational partners, I'll call them, right? Those would be the students, the families, as well as our teachers. And we're experiencing more success than we've had in the past. And we're going to continue to endeavor to make sure that we do just as it says up there. And also want to say that those handheld radios, credit to, school sites and purchases that have already been made. We're going down that avenue to ensure that we have enough, if not more than we've ever had, so that we get them in the hands, dare I say, right, of the people who need them. But that also requires, you see up there, radio repeaters. I'll have Robert speak to that, as well as our intercom systems as we upgrade those. Certainly we have those as part of our, facilities plans. Those are extensive processes, but we need to address them as we certainly can. So Robert, I don't know if you want to pick up the repeaters, intercom systems, or anything else.
Sure. Yeah. Radio repeaters. We have a few sites that really struggle with line of sight radios. Our Baldy Mesa, Quail Valleys, Pinion Hills as well. And so we're going to be looking at, potentially a repeater system at those school sites. Currently, we have 2 repeaters. And what a radio repeater does is it kind of takes your, the frequency power from your little walkie-talkie, your handheld radio, and it boosts the frequency so it could travel over a longer area. And it's a stronger frequency so that it could be heard more clearly and further away. And so we have 2 licenses right now with the FCC. One is at Serrano High School, and the other radio repeater is up on Frost Peak. That's up, if you look up above the mudslide, above Wrightwood, there's a mountain up there that has a bunch of radio towers, and that's called Frost Peak. So we have a repeater up there. We actually have 2. And that's what transportation uses to talk to each other throughout the desert. And then we also have a backup emergency repeater up there as well. But we're going to be looking at potentially maybe trying to pick up a few more licenses and look at a repeater setup at 2 additional school sites. That's a lengthy process, a very costly process as well to get a repeater system completed. But I think we've been struggling long enough with, the difficulties of just using line of sight handheld radios at those sites that it might be worth it. So we'll be working with the vendor on trying to, kind of establish what's our best bet at those specific sites. Intercom systems, a lot of those are part of our modernization projects right now, and they went through design as we receive state funding for design with intercom systems. And then we also kind of have a strategic plan on how to address those if those modernization construction funds don't come to fruition, we'll at least have the design portion kind of ironed out, and then we'll be able to kind of strategically address those intercoms at those school sites. We did a quick straw survey from most of our school sites. They all work, but we definitely have some areas that need to be addressed at specific school sites. So it may be as simple as, just adding a few additional outdoor horn speakers or a few indoor speakers as well. But for the most part, the infrastructure of the intercom systems are all working, and they're all being used currently.
Yeah, great feedback there, Robert. And with apologies in advance, I just realized I didn't put a question and answer slide here, right? Because that gets us to the end. So my apologies. We'll certainly take all those. I'll just say this beforehand, the questions and answers. And that is, this is I would say the combination of a sprint and a marathon. And that is, we're trying to go as quickly as possible, but also know that there's a lot of work to be done. No matter how effective a system is, we can always improve it. And so I'm very proud, that leads to my second statement. I'm very proud of all of our educational partners, right? I'll call them. And beginning with the students have really voiced, right, that they have safety needs. And so I'm really proud of them to be able to step up and share with us what those needs are. We're trying to address those in the ways that we're talking about. I'm also very proud of the staff members who are engaging in this work, which is so very important to them. They're taking it very, very seriously. And likewise, I get to work most closely with, I work with all of them at some levels, but also our site and department leaders who have just been outstanding with all the work that they're faced with, that they prioritize this as well, and they haven't backed down from anything that we put forth. Like I said, it's a sprint and a marathon, and that's, each one's hard to run in and of itself, but to do so together is incredibly difficult. And I'm just really proud of where we are, but there's still a lot of way to go, and we're not going to back off, throughout the process. So President Hernandez, thanks for letting me share all that I did, with thanks to Robert Chacon too. I know I can speak for him. They were more than happy to answer any questions as is necessary.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that very detailed safety audit, something that I know the board has been eager to get to, and great to receive that information. I'll turn it over to the board first if there's any comments or questions to the whole presentation.
Well, I actually have questions concerning the cost of all of the implementation for each of the school sites. Is next steps to produce that estimation of cost for each site, and then we'll budget that in?
Yeah, so thanks for bringing that up, Member Behringer. So yes to what you said, because as we find more and more needs, we'll certainly, we're continuing to do that, and we'll always do that. But I also have to give you and your colleagues credit, right, for the $1 million that you set aside. And you heard Robert talking about the fencing. That's going to be expensive in and of itself. And as we work through this process, we have all kinds of priorities, right? And they all relate to, to our students first and foremost. And so we'll look forward to working with you as we continue to prioritize what's next. And that's why I mentioned the sprint and the marathon. If we had, $100 million on this, we still have the speed at which we can, pursue, this effort. And so your point was, I think, spot on, that as we, continue to have these next needs, we'll continue to come back and bring those to you.
Well, I would like to request that we, the needs have been identified at each school site. And so we need to get estimates on what the costs are to meet the needs, whether it's an additional 6 cameras or an additional 10 or dozen or however many.
Absolutely, we can get you that.
And then cost it out, and then we need to budget those items.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that for sure. We can certainly do that, because you're right. I mean, that's the process that we're still in. Knowing that we've got what we feel like we need. But I guess what I was trying to allude to too is we still might have things that come up too,
Sure.
Along that process. So points well taken, and we can absolutely do that.
Thank you.
All right, Bristol.
Yeah, just some things going through the process, and I'm sure you guys have all vetted it out. But as Member Behringer mentioned, the cost, and right now we're discussing like the prevention or preparedness for the event. And that's where some of the expense lies, with the fencing and that process. But then the response, the next phase would be the response. The response piece is the training of the staff of how they're going to respond. And then as we know with many things, the staff costs can start to stack up if we have to pay employees for extra training and extra things like that. One thing, for certain emergencies, you're going to have, it's going to affect every site at the same time, such as an earthquake or a massive flood or some type of weather event. Certain emergencies that we don't like to even discuss, but those certain emergencies would only affect one site at a time. So you have to be able to, you have to think about being able to flex staff to different sites. And with that comes training, because certain staff members are only familiar with their site. So you would identify people that would be able to flex from one site to another site to kind of bolster that site's whatever numbers of staff members. And then so that would be part of the response, and then part of the recovery would be getting those students back to their parents. So a reunification plan. The reunification plan has to come with major accountability, because in certain events, you're going to have people all over the place, and the only place that's accountable for where those students are is the school site. So it won't be law enforcement, it'll be us. The accountability will fall on us. So when parents show up to the school, we could be able to safely say where that student is. So that is staff intensive to do that reunification and accountability. We're talking like rows and rows of people to send off a whole volume of students. And so that's kind of where you would need to, in my opinion, that's where you would need to flex staff. And the major event is over. We're just trying to send kids back. It's going to take a lot of people. That there's a piece to that, which is the training and getting people to move around. And that expense, could add up pretty quick too. I'm sure that you guys have vetted all that stuff. I just want to make sure I said it. So I kind of ran on this 2 years ago, and then COVID jumped in there, but this is real important to me, and I'm so excited that it's happening, and we found money to deal with a lot of the issues, and it's going forward. So I'm super excited. I couldn't be happier that this is taking place, and I appreciate all the effort that you guys are putting into it. Thank you.
And real quickly, Member Russell, I just love that overview too. You see how quickly he did that. All right, obviously the area of expertise, but how he just gave, addressed those three areas. That's, part of the, what I took away. And I'm certainly don't know it anywhere close to you, but that's part of the marathon, if you will. But we got to sprint to get there, for all the reasons that you just mentioned. So thanks for that overview, for not just up here, but for the whole audience, because that was well said from everything that we've learned.
I think the only comment I have to all of it, other than supportive and knowing that we're doing the right stuff, we've made a lot of connections over the last year or two, trying to bring families back on campus, trying to make sure that we are connected and families feel welcomed. I have heard of a couple instances utilizing Raptor that has limited access of those onto campus, and not for reasons that you may suspect, not that there was a hit or something that caused an indication that this person is not allowed, but that a parent of a child was coming onto campus with another child that they're caregiver to. And because the child was not able to access and log in through the Raptor system, the parent was denied access, and therefore whatever it was that they were trying to achieve on campus was then halted and not allowed to occur. And so I want to make sure that as we implement this, we implement it wisely, that we do it with thoughtfulness for our community, and not just so stringently that it's an ID or nothing kind of a thing. And we do still do all our effort to ensure that families are welcome on campus in appropriate ways.
Yeah, such a great example. Love to hear, maybe the details, right? I know, as is appropriate, we certainly would want to protect the, the privacy of those individuals. But what I'm hearing ultimately is such a great point, and that is some of the old systems, right? The notion of having our our emergency cards, as we call them, and making sure that we, check those and so forth. We've got to have ways, to be able to support people who are doing the right work and not, and still not compromising right to safety. So I'd love to hear those details, because I think that would always be our commitment, like you're, I think, alluding to.
Exactly. I think a way around that, because you're never going to be able to plan for every dynamic situation, would be to build in part of the process, a administrative consideration. So whoever the site administrator is can step in and say, okay, no, this is legit, go ahead.
Yeah. I think that's kind of what I was using with that notion of emergency cards and so forth. I mean, great call there. And because you nailed it. Another one of our core values, right, is Snowline partnerships, and they're all just as important as each other. So yeah, thank you for that reminder. It's a great one.
Anybody else? Any other comments? All right. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Holman. All right, and that does take us to board member comments. I'll start with our student board member, Miss Davis.
Okay. So I don't have a lot to talk about tonight, but we do have a few things happening at Serrano. So one, we just had our big blood drive, and it was amazing. And the same day, we also had the Veterans Dinner, and I saw a bunch of heritage kids there, and it was beautiful. It was just all the veterans loved talking to the kids, and they were just giving them notes, just sitting with them, talking to them, and it was just it made me smile. And I didn't really work it much. I was kind of supervising, and I like that better than just working it, because I just having the little kids do it, it was just they were so interested and so involved, and I really loved that. And then I want to give another shout out to the Pinion Mesa that was here. They did a great job in expressing everything, and I just want them to keep going. And shout out to middle schoolers to just be involved in high school, because it's a great life. And then we have our band is going to state, and so I'm very proud of them. So I want to shout them out. So congratulations. And our sports are now starting up. We have a bunch of winter sports going on: wrestling, basketball, and soccer. And baseball is going to be starting soon, and softball. So our sports is going to be very busy. So I'm very thankful for the athletic directors for going through all that. So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you very much. Member Bristol.
Yeah, I said a lot already, but I just wanted to thank all the students for coming out and giving their presentations tonight. That was great. And then also want to thank everyone who's doing the right thing. And then if you're not doing the right thing, switch it around and start doing the right thing. And other than that, that's it. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much. Member Cologne.
No comments, thanks.
Thank you. Member Behringer.
Thank you. As was mentioned, we had the Veterans Dinner at Serrano High School last Wednesday. And it took a lot of effort on the part of a lot of people to pull this together, but it was a fantastic event, seeing the kids, the heritage students, serving the veterans, all of those that were present, and seeing the camaraderie as they broke bread together and enjoyed a meal was very touching. But there was a true highlight toward the end of the evening when practically everybody had cleared out of the gym. There was a World War II veteran that by the name of, I have it here, Army Sergeant Frankie Flash. He broke out a harmonica and started playing patriotic songs. Cool. And oh my gosh, it was just so incredible. What a tremendous ending to a wonderful event. It was fantastic. So that was very memorable. And the following day, Friday in Wrightwood at the Veterans Park was a veterans event hosted by President Alan Miller of the Veterans Committee there. And it was so incredibly well attended as well. And Snowline made us all very proud with the groups that came out and supported the event. The color guard and the band and the cheerleaders and the Wrightwood choir. It was a wonderful event, and the weather couldn't have been better. So it was perfect. And thank you for hosting that for us. And that's all the comments I have.
All right, thank you very much. Clerk Flores.
Yeah, just a few. I wanted to recognize all the students from the very beginning. All A's for all of high school is insane.
That's a lot of A's.
Like yeah, I don't know that I ever had a semester of straight A's. So it's pretty impressive. I was hoping we could have talked to them to see if it was like who was competing for valedictorian. But anyway, congratulations to them. Congratulations to their parents, who must be very proud, who probably play a little bit of a role in that. So thanks to those parents, if they're one of the, I think like 6 people are watching at this point still. I got to go on campus at Serrano for one of the tardy sweeps that they've been doing. And it was a lot of fun
Was that memory?
For me,
of the old days?
no, I either left entirely or but I didn't get locked out. But anyways, it was a lot of fun to encourage kids to be on time to class. And what was happening is different, staff would go out, and if the kids got locked out of their class, like, all right, come on over here, sign in, and you get to pick up trash for a few minutes before you go back. So they had gloves and they had all the stuff and had a chance to tell students that you don't have to wait till you get in trouble to beautify your campus. You can always just pick up a piece of trash. So that was a lot of fun. And then the Veterans Dinner, just wanted to say thanks to Snowline for the support to do that. It's like I take off my board member hat that day. I've been just a friend of Mr. Anton since I was one of his students. And so one of the things when I moved back to town was to help him coordinate the event, because if anybody knows Mr. Anton, I say this with all the love in my heart, he could get a little stressed out, like a lot stressed out. So being able to help on that night and just coordinate for him, had a cool team from my church come over, and so it was a lot of fun to do that. So thanks to Mr. Anton and his passion for that, but also thank you to Serrano High School, who had 2 events, as Ms. Davis mentioned, that there was a blood drive early in the day, and it's not a small one, it's huge. And so we knew that we were only going to have about like an hour and a half to flip the room. That whole gym, I mean, it's the biggest building in the district. So Miss Davis wanted to really acknowledge that you did a great job that day. She was there all day. What time do you get to school in the morning?
I was there at 5:30.
So you were there at 5:30 that morning. Yeah. And I think you probably left closer to 8:30, 9 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. So that was a long day. So to be there all day to help with the blood drive. And it was really cool because when I showed up, I was able to kind of link up and just say, okay, what can we start doing as it starts breaking down so we can start setting up. I think we had about 65 tables and 400 chairs and placemats and tablecloths and just all this stuff to set up, and very instrumental in helping because she knows the students, right? So it's super helpful to be able to move some things around. We got all set up with time to spare. And it was really funny because we did not tell Mr. Anton that there was a blood drive that day. So he showed up, he's like, all right, we're all ready to go. And it's like, yeah, we're all ready to go. But anyways, so thank you to Kaylee and all the work. And I told her I would work very hard to try to find. So I'm saying it from here. And I don't know that the superintendent can do anything about this.
Probably not.
But we'll see. But my sister was she's also the ASB president, not just the student board member here. She wears multiple hats. When my sister was the ASB president, obviously I wasn't, but she had a really good parking spot as the ASB president. And so we were able to get to school a little closer to start time because it was so close. And so I loved that. So I'm pushing that the ASB president / student board member should have a parking spot. I've already asked, they've already said no up there. But if at first you don't succeed, try again, is what they say. So I'm just wondering if maybe, I don't know, maybe the administrators can just maybe take turns lending her a parking the spot. She does a lot to represent the
leaders
school.
walk more steps than others.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyways, I mean, I know if you get there at 5:30 every morning, you'll never have a problem parking, but
parking streets for the superintendent ever.
Oh, no, I would never want one, I'll look the president here. If there's direction, I will always follow.
Yeah. I do not feel like I am being asked to give direction there, so.
anyways, thank you for all your hard work that day. I really want to make sure you
Rather impressive. So yeah, thank you for that.
That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Can't reiterate, I guess, everything that has already been said. Superintendent honor roll students, great work, great. I mean, no, I also didn't ever get straight A's. I did well enough, but straight A's, my gosh, that's an excellent accomplishment there. Pinion Mesa, thank you for everything coming out tonight. Those students are so super engaged and just feel just ready for this world of this education that we provide to them. And, just doing the great work to support their fellow students also. Some great stuff there. Veterans Dinner. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful night. Only my second time attending. And yes, in the at the end, seeing the World War II, that 93-year-old veteran with his wife there of 66 years. And they were both just so happy. And it was a great evening for that. So I was so happy that we were able to be a part of honoring them and honoring everybody that attended. It was really wonderful. Todd Anton, intern, did provide out many small tokens of their appreciation and did provide to us a thank you of their support, a little plaque, likely that we can probably hang it somewhere in here or somewhere where it's appropriate. So I'll just leave that right here. But it was nice that Todd did that for many of their great supporters and sponsors that night. So without any of them, the night would have been so much more difficult. So it was a wonderful night. Coming up, CSBA Annual Education Conference coming up in a couple of weeks. Looking forward to attending that with a couple of my colleagues up here, as well as several of the senior cabinet. I do believe not been able to set up my schedule, trying to see what I want to visit while I'm there. But it's one of those events where you get to really broaden your thought process of being a board member and get to see so much more that's available. And while it's not all applicable, it definitely gets those juices flowing and really makes you think about what education can be. And I always come back. It's the evolution of education, and we've got to be in the forefront of it. So very excited for that coming up here just at the beginning of December, just after Thanksgiving. So I do want to come back to an idea that we had discussed many times in the previous year: school start time. So currently, I believe all of the surrounding areas, perhaps not including Lucerne, but everybody has implemented the state requirement of starting 8:30 or later for high schools. I believe that's correct. 8:30. Is that correct?
Yeah, 8:30 or later. Right?
Yeah. So I really wanted
8 o'clock for middle schools.
8 o'clock middle school, correct. And knowing that we do have the waiver and that we do then have the flexibility to adopt something that maybe works for us a little better, I really would like to get the board consensus to direct the superintendent to reintroduce that idea and start looking at what would best suit our students. My daughter, being in ninth grade now, just struggles with that early hour. And unlike probably many of her high school colleagues, she has a fairly strict 8:30 p.m. bedtime. and still struggles every morning to get up. And I just know that that extra time in the morning would be so helpful. Some of our friends, and I imagine you arriving at 5:30 in the morning, not even jumping on the bus for that one, but get up far earlier than that to be prepared for the day. I know there's going to be a balance out there. I know people are not going to be happy about making change because change is often very uncomfortable for many people. But I think it is for the benefit of the students. So whether that is, it's not 7 o'clock, we start at 7:15 or 7:45 or 8:30, whatever it may be, I think we have the opportunity to really address something that can significantly impact the academic success of our students. So I look to the board. If you have any thoughts or questions about that, I would like to direct the superintendent to begin investigating those kind of opportunities and what would probably be a most effective solution for us. So any thoughts from the rest of you?
Well, I know when we discussed this previously, there were two matters that were impeding our immediate action, and those were, number one, the survey from the community were not in favor of change and opted to maintain the status quo in terms of scheduling, and then busing was a concern and reworking the schedule on that. So once we take action tonight, then the administration can address those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know one of the things you had brought up at one point, Dr. Holman, was possibly a zero period if we were able to move some things around. So I'm in favor of seeing all those kinds of what we can do.
Exploring those options.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're looking for a consensus to review and study and then bring back options, then I'm good with that. Like Member Behringer said, we're just trying to do what's best for the majority of the community. I think that work schedules and pick up and drop off for families and things like that are all different for everyone, and everyone has a different situation. If the community gives us information that early start time works best for them, for the majority of them, then I think that's good. The zero period that we talked about, we've visited this a couple times, but I'm all for getting more information. Excuse me, I'm all for getting more information and the pros and cons of changing.
I agree with that. He agrees. So with that, would you mind start gathering information and what we can maybe do to serve our community?
Yeah, no, I would absolutely not mind. Yeah, to answer that correctly, right? And then yes to following up as you just mentioned, and just as just a real quick response, the recollection of Member Behringer was accurate, right? So thanks for bringing that up relative to those 2 points that you mentioned. I've been just very fortunate to be witness to these gentlemen right up here, as well as a number of other individuals who've been doing all the work prior to when we finally got that waiver. So there's a good jump start that we've already made relative to logistically, but certainly I think it was mentioned up here, surveying our educational partners and making certain that we do all that. So we'll absolutely do that. And if the board would be so kind, what I'll do is we'll go away and I'll work with the people smarter than me, all these great people here and others, and give you some timelines at the next meeting, if that's okay. We'd certainly do it sooner rather than later, but just, obviously do that against all the work and let you know. So thanks for sharing what you did.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. And my final comment tonight, now that November 8th is done, I don't think we're quite yet prepared to congratulate, but the path appears to be that the board, as it stands, we will be seated with Ms. Christina Behringer for another 4 years. So yeah, we won't announce the congratulations until those final results come out, but good work so far. Which does bring me to the fact that this will be the last evening that we close with Member Steve Colomb. I've had the honor of sitting here at the dais with you for 4 years, and it's been a pleasure. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, your experience, and all that you've brought to us. And while this isn't goodbye, we'll most certainly see you at the next meeting. It is the final closing with you here with us. So I just wanted to extend my appreciation to you for the 4 years that I've had to be on board with you. So thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And that is all that I have tonight. And we'll turn this administrative comments and Mr. Miller.
All right. Thank you, President Hernandez. Just so many great things going on across the district. Try to highlight a few really quickly, but just want to go back your question there, Daniel, regarding test scores. So I kind of lowballed us the first time. So I looked on the all the way back to 2017-18, which seemed like a lifetime ago, right? You know, so it was a 2000, yeah, 18-19. Excuse me. Yeah, so 2018-19, which still seemed like a lifetime ago. In English language arts, we were at 43.72% meeting and exceeding. So there was a 11.27% difference between this year's test scores. And then in mathematics, we were at 33.64%, which was even a greater difference of 14.42%. And like I said earlier, we didn't have official CAS data back then, so it was just English language arts and mathematics right there. So those are those data points. And per our earlier conversation and Ryan's approval there, I already sent you the board presentation from a couple months ago with just Snowline specific data. It's really data rich, so feel free to review that. And then any additional data that you would like, I'll be happy to provide to you. So I sent that in Google slide format to you. And then going over, jumping up to I want to go to the High Desert Veterans Dinner. Thank you, Member Flores, for all your heavy lifting on that. You know, I know Todd Anton will always be the face of that event, I think, you know. But you did so much to help him out right there, and it was great to be back in person for the first time in 3 years. So we enjoyed that. Going to the next day, the Right with Veterans Memorial. Thank you for your recognition there. It was a wonderful event, especially after a very stormy Tuesday. We were wondering how the weather was going to hold up, and it was virtually no wind. You know, a little cool, but it was still a beautiful day, and we had a great attendance here. But like you said, Member Behringer, a lot of Snowline representation there, and I just want to hit it real quick. I actually called Mr. Fell today, tried to get a couple specific student names, but he wasn't available, so I won't be able to name drop today. But just will give some credit to the Wrightwood Elementary students for opening or doing the singing before the event started under the direction of John Garner. And I don't think he's any self-professed museum, but he did a great job directing those elementary kids. Serato Jazz Band, led by Matt Fell. They played the Armed Forces Medley and also America the Beautiful. Beautiful saxophone solo there, and I don't know the student's name, but it was great. SHS, one of the band members, also played taps. What was that?
That just
I know.
broke me down, man.
Absolutely.
Every time.
Rattlesnake Regiment finished at the end with their field show after we concluded the official ceremony. That was also led by Matt Fell, and they had their color guard with flag twirlers and everything. That was great. We had California Cadet Corps cadets rendering honors during the ceremony and also being the honor guard during the laying of the Veterans Day wreath. So it was great to have that representation there. Just going back to the blood drive real quick. Janie Harrower, the lead of the HOSA Medical Pathway. She's been putting on this event for a long time, and I actually had an email string that was going on. I just wanted to highlight how big that event is. And this was some new learning for me. but it is the largest high school blood drive of it, compared to all in all of Southern California. Number one for about the last 15 years, so it's really a big event. She talked about the number of kids that students and staff that donated 385 pints in all. About 720 students and staff signed up originally, and usually they get about half that when the day actually comes. Each donation can save up to 8 babies or 3 adults. And then so far our efforts benefited 1,000 plus lives, in just that specific event. So just wanted to give them kudos, and it's great that our students are a part of such an important community service event. So it's great. But that is all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Hernandez, and thank you. 12 years, and even going back before that, as a parent and grandparent, and just I'm gonna miss you. Just very thankful for your service, very much. So, but what a great night of hearing just so much celebration with students, with staff, and of staff. There is so much that goes on here in Snowline Unified School District beyond English, math, science, history, PE classes. I mean, different things. It's just so much of what we hear. It draws people together and makes a difference over a lifetime. And even tonight, it was incredible seeing the parents that were here with their Pinion Mesa students and or with their Serrano students, and how many of them were students of ours at one point in time as well. So just amazing. We just have incredible families, staff, students that we get to do life with. It is great. And then just a huge welcome to Danny Medford jumping on board with us. Thank you, board, for your approval of that. Thank you, Mr. Primo, and your team for organizing that incredible process of very competitive process. And Mr. Medford came out on top and said yes to come to Snowline. And I think he is going to be a great fit and a great blessing to the transportation team, as well as to Snowline and all of our families and students and schools. So looking forward to that new relationship that we have coming our way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Primo.
Thank you, President Hernandez. I, too, would give a shout out to Danny Medford. Welcome to our transportation department. I look forward to only enhancing an already incredible department with hardworking, nonstop, literally seemingly 24 hours, 7 days a week group of folks. They're excited to have a leader established, and we'll be working with Mr. Medford as far as a start date. But again, we're excited. I'm excited for him. Also want to recognize an aspect of the Veterans Dinner kind of juxtaposed to election week, right? As President Hernandez pointed out, Mrs. Behringer going through an actual, regular election, right? I was laughing with Ryan or Dr. Holman about the fact we had an unusual election process in Snowline, literally all types of options to find. But, it's not lost. I mean, Todd Anton was always good to share the concept of freedom is not free. So to have Veterans Day in the same week as election week, right, which is a natural part of being an American citizen, it was really nice to add in one extra layer. And certainly Mr. Miller knows this. I believe Mr. Sullivan was the organizer, but we had students from Serrano who actually got to go to the electoral polls and work those on election day. So again, an opportunity for our young leaders to see what our election process and our freedoms look like in action. So again, it's really a nice opportunity to see both in action, all in the same week. I would also like to put out an opportunity. If you know me, I have a little bit of a snarky side to me, right? And that would simply be, as you look at the unfortunate circumstances, such as Facebook laying off a whole lot of people, right? It's difficult for them. But I will put in a shameless plug to say, please consider education, right? Right? If you have talent and skill set and you are looking for a job, whether it's in Snowline or whether it's in education anywhere in America, we are in desperate need of people who want to say yes to education, yes to being a part of kids' lives and positively influencing them. And by the way, they probably have a little bit of tech support that they might offer in the classroom and in the district. But I'd also say too, again, I often say, I've been blessed to be an educator. There's a lot that goes into, 30 years in the classroom or around campuses. And I would encourage everyone, whether you're unfortunate circumstances on my snarky side to just, you're trying to think of a career. I can't think of a better career to consider than education and impacting the future of kids. That we have great examples in the room, and we had great examples earlier. So I would certainly encourage everyone, all those thousands of people listening right now that are thinking about what I'm saying, please consider applying on EdJoin to Snowline. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Stapp.
That was funny. Mr. Primo. I would echo just what everybody else has said about the superintendent's honor roll. Great idea, Ryan, to implement that. I know you stole it from another district, but I'm still giving you the credit for implementing it because it's been a great opportunity for the students and parents as well. You see just the big, huge smiles on the parents' faces, more so than the kids, but it's great. And Pinion Mesa, my goodness. I mean, I'm going to give just you right now a shout out, Zoe, for number one, having to live through this meeting with your wonderful mother and staying all this time, because I know it's not easy, but just a big kudos to you for getting up in front of everybody. And you had your words mostly memorized. And honestly, that's a great talent. That's very impressive. So I thank you for showing that example to all of us tonight. And just a big shout out to your mom for being a good mama, because I just saw her smiling while you were up there. So I appreciate that. I myself, as you say, education is a great thing to get into. I haven't regretted it for almost 31 years, and I am grateful for the opportunity that I have to be involved with kids and parents and community members. It's not always fun, but it's definitely always has been worth it. And so I just would give a big thank you to everybody that worked so hard for us here. You do it. You do it, Ryan.
I will.
Thank you very much. Dr. Holman.
Thanks so very much, President Hernandez. Before I forget, you see me look at my phone. Robert Chacon has sent this to me, and that's at Pinion Mesa Middle School on Saturday. It's a flu shot clinic, and so just want to bring attention to that. Again, happening at Pinion Mesa Middle School from 10 to 2 p.m. Robert Chacon, thank you for that reminder. Again, that's this Saturday, right at Pinion Mesa Middle School. The great things that was already said. Did we see Zoe's excited about it? Absolutely. And all the Pinion Mesa Middle School staff members and students, thank you for letting us use that facility to make that happen. Speaking of making something happen, what I'm going to share with the board members right now is a request. We try not to make this a habit, of course, but when it involves students, we certainly want to bring this to your attention. Asking for your consensus, we would bring it back to the December board meeting on the 13th for ratification. Maybe Kaylee knows a little bit about this, but a great opportunity for 5 of our ASB students plus Scott Cornell, the ASB director, to go free of charge to the CATA conference. It's a very well-respected, powerful conference. Kaylee, are you actually going to be part of that too?
Unfortunately, no. They're just going to be the
juniors?
Yeah, juniors and sophomores.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe you can speak to it. I don't know. Can you speak to a CATA conference?
Yes, I went my freshman year.
There you go. And
It was great.
was it great?
So they just like go to leadership workshops pretty much, and they kind of learn what to bring back to our school and what we can improve on and how we can like fix it for next year. And so my freshman year, I had a lot of fun, and it was just like a big learning experience with other leaders. It's a bunch of different high schools coming together and a bunch of different ASBs or USBs, like United Student Bodies, that just come together and they want to help people. And so like it's very like stress relieving that day. So
Thanks so much. I did not prep Kaylee to say those things. I want to share that with everyone. So thank you. So very well done. Yes. So again, my recommendation would be yes, but of course I put it before the board. Like I said, we would bring it back on the 13th for ratification. So I'll turn it over to you, President Hernandez, in that regard.
Thank you very much. Did you say 0? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah. Well, besides the fact that it does benefit all of our students. Yeah, absolutely. Look to the rest of the board for a consensus. Thumbs up. There we go.
Thank you so very much. Again, we'll put that on the agenda for the 13th of December. I want to also bring to your attention some other bits of information that I think are really important. Of course, getting back your information that you need is, I think, the first one I want to start with. I look out in the audience. Thanks so very much, Ashley Alvarado, for conducting yourself the way that you do. You're always outstanding that way. So too is Matt Bedell. Unfortunately, he had a personal issue he had to attend to. He normally is here. But I want to speak on behalf of both him and Ashley Alvarado. We certainly want to bring back to all of you charged with the idea of what are those best practices specific to having a time on the agenda whereby our leaders can update you with information. It's certainly not an interactive process, but allows for you to get that information. Our recommendation, and coming right from me here, would be that we would put it on the agenda once a month, and probably the second meeting, and when we have 2 meetings, but always once a month. And it would be right after public comments, right at the beginning. So that's our recommendation based upon us investigating what other districts are doing. I'll turn over to you, President Hernandez. I'll answer any questions you want to facilitate.
Sure. Thank you for looking into that. I appreciate it, very much. Something that I, hold highly, receiving information as appropriate. So rest of the board, how do you feel about adding that as a item to our agenda? Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. All right. Very good.
And again, we'll start that in December, at the next meeting, which is again on the 13th. So thank you for that. Thank you, Ashley, and I'll certainly inform Matt Bedell as well. And speaking of board members and election results, I just want to say real quickly, congratulations, of course, to Marcus Hernandez in Area 4, once again, formally through that provisional appointment process. Ruth Martinez as well. We know will be in Trustee Area 3. I'm going to have the real honor of speaking to you more directly and on all that you mean to us on December 13th. But again, as was said very well by Dennis Zimmerman and President Hernandez, you're going to be missed. But we'll talk more about that in December 13th. And Trustee Area 1, I want to say right now they're unofficial results. And if you go on the ROV, Christina Behringer leading at 57.31%. That was before 4 o'clock because it might just be adjusted.
Almost quite 56, like to 55 point something.
Yeah, so she is in the lead. Those are unofficial results. What's required by statute is that those results are made official by December 8th, 1 month from voting day. So once they are official, we'll certainly notify everyone, but just want to share with you those results. And also want to say that, just a real credit to you, Christina Behringer, Member Behringer, I should say, and John Kazira. I had the real good fortune of being at 2 in person and then part of 1 remotely. And I just have to say publicly how appreciative I am of both of them, how they conducted themselves, totally civilly, incredibly respectfully, and really represented our community well throughout. And I will just say what I observe nationally, that's not always the case. And unfortunately, it's not always the case all too often. That was absolutely the opposite from her as well as John Kazira. So credit to both of them. That's something that we can all learn from. So thank you so very much for conducting yourself that way, and the same to John. Also want to share with you in terms of new board members, we always conduct a training now. I say always, we did it once and we're going to do it again here too. We really felt like we got great value. You seem to get great value out of that. That is scheduled already for December 6th from 3 to 5 p.m. That'll be headed up by Mitch Hovey and Dick Bray, both SBCSS consultants in this area. They've just served us oh so very well. My question to all of you is this. Yeah, it's December 6th from 3 to 5 p.m. is how many of you want to be present? Because this will be for Ruth Martinez. If Ruth is the only one who's going to be there, and I want to let you know, you're all invited. And if we have a quorum, we would just have to post it as a workshop and make certain that everyone's able to access that. And there's nothing to hide. I'm more than happy to do that. But just thought I would take a quick roll call to see who wants to be part of that and how many people we would have present, knowing no obligation, but you're all welcome.
I will be present.
So I've got one, and we can have.
I'm pretty sure I'm available.
Yeah,
but I'll have to.
And again, it's just if you want to be available.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's not a need there. Just if you want to be.
I am not available. I do have a conflicting meeting.
I'm sure I could go, but I'm not a rookie anymore.
You're not, and you don't have to go.
I got to go to a training they already went to.
No, you don't have to go.
No, I'm just kidding.
Well, there's 40 more acronyms that have come out just the last couple of hours.
I'm a hardened veteran of 2 years now. I mean, right? Does that count?
And remember Bristol, you bring up probably a feeling from me too, is, you might recall that I think we had these two individuals here who were part of the last one, and they were able just to, interject some recommendations and so forth. And so if you were present, that's what I would just call on you. It's just, provide your realistic and life experiences.
No, I'd like to go. I just don't know if it's problematic if we have more than, what is it?
It really isn't. All I do is just post it, and anyone could, access the meeting as they wish.
Go ahead and post. Say I'll be there.
You got it. Yeah. So it sounds like, thank you so very much. Again, December 6th from 3 to 5 p.m. We'll make certain that we get that reminder out, right, Nancy, to all of you, so you know about that one.
Yeah, I can come to that day.
And thank you. I always love it when you're here. That is for sure. I always love it when you are present. And then speaking of Mitch Hovey and Dick Bray, I really sense, you've said it outright, so it's not too hard to sense how much we value both of them. I'm going to just share with you, we have calendar dates that we will give to you tomorrow. Just want to give you this heads up. Remember the mission and vision work that we're going to do, that workshop. We've set that now for Valentine's Day. We feel like that was something that we would all love to do. And so that'll happen from 3 to 5 p.m. on Tuesday, the 14th. And then on the 28th, my second informal evaluation from 4 to 5:15. And then my formal evaluation on May 23rd from 3 to 5 p.m. All of those dates are regular board meetings. We felt like that's the best. We've heard from you that we just extend those. We'll give you all that information. Just want to give you that little flyover. And maybe most importantly, I just wanted to share a goofy joke there with the word love. Probably. And then in all seriousness, Baldy Mesa Elementary School, that PTA has a long history of being very successful. Most recently, Maggie Scarpolino, she's been the president, and I will give her so much credit and all of her colleagues out there, because they recently were recognized. A very small group. I think it was only, I can't remember the exact number. It might have been only 10, but they got a PTA grant in the area of STEM. And so credit to them. It's a national grant. So I just give them so much credit by them. Yeah, PTA STEM grant out of Baldy Mesa Elementary School. Maggie Scarpolino and your entire team, well done. Great job. We certainly appreciate that. Isn't that nice? Back to the Veterans Dinner. I just want to reinforce, Daniel Flores, thanks to you and your entire team. You've been doing those logistics for a number of years. Your father, too. I was just telling him, I'm not going to embarrass you. But I said, you just have to be proud of your son because you just do that oh so very well. You said it perfectly, but I will tell you that event won't be nearly as successful as it was without you and your team. So please share that with, all those great people back at Calvary Chapel, because we absolutely appreciate your efforts there. And now as I look at you, you're wondering about Serrano High School, and please know that this is just information that's not official, and you're asking about the valedictorian. I know Maddie DeGiorgio and Shane Gage are the two with the highest grade point averages as of a month ago when I was told of them. So know that that's as of a month ago. I can't speak to the grades now and semester and moving forward. So please know that they're actually tied. The two of them are tied based on the information that I was given. So just a little FYI there. But I do want to say that is still an ongoing issue there. Ongoing issue.
Going to come down to rock, paper, scissors.
Neither one of them are competitive.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you can tell I'm a little nervous about what Ryan said. But I think that's reliable information. If you're just wondering, I mean, again, the highest GPA is at 4.67. Remember, I rounded up to 4.7, but 4.67. Incredible. I also just want to just reinforce what was said about Berenice Torres. She just did us so very proud of the Seal of Biodiversity. I had to leave the Veterans Dinner early so I could go out and hand out those medals. 21 people showed up. We have 51 of our students who are eligible. Those flowers came from that event. I will tell you, Ted Alejandro and his team, they were so impressed with Ashley and the Snowline team. They said, please take these. And we got 3 of those, and we sent one over to Pinion Hills Elementary School because Berenice just represented ourselves so very well. And I want to just tell you, you'd be proud of me here, because as she gave the keynote speech, I told all the other superintendents, because she wants to be a teacher, stay away. Stay away. She's coming to Snowline, everybody. So don't even think about it, okay? We're thrilled with what transpired. Ashley, thanks for your work out there. That was outstanding. And then I will just reinforce that the state qualification for band, that is just so very powerful. If you know Matt Fell, he's got a new hairdo. I don't know if you know about that new hairdo. That came about as a result of him challenging his band, right, to get a certain score that's over 80, and it was the fastest they'd ever gotten to over 80 in the history of, this is dating back to 1977 with bands at Toronto High School. We've got a really long history of success. And so that's really saying something. He got I think it's like an arrow carved into his head, I think is what it is. Is it from, I think, a movie, Kaylee, is that what that is? Yeah. So credit to him, credit to that entire team, and just really appreciate his dedication, the kids' dedication. They're doing super work. Looking forward to them doing incredibly well at Huntington Beach. And then finally, I'll just end where we should always start, but it's maybe powerful to end, and that's with students. Kaylee, thanks for your great work. Your comments were so very powerful. I love how you talked about to the middle schoolers, what you mentioned in that middle schooler, what she said to the elementary school kids. I mean, that's just such powerful advice. And I just want you to know, I'll just end with this story. So I was sitting down, I was walking through Toronto High School, and just 2 wonderful people. Sandy Lyon, who's one of our leadership associates, consultants, who's been just doing super work at the high school, sitting there. Oh, Sandy, how are you doing? Oh, look who's sitting next to her. It's Kaylee. So I sat right in between them. Kaylee, it's so great to see you. Introduce them. But then what was Kaylee doing? She was waiting for, was it 19 or 20 some German students? Yes. So we had foreign exchange students from Germany who visited Toronto High School on 2 different days, I think, right?
Yeah, so they came for 2 days just to go through our classes and everything. They were visiting California, and Toronto was one of the, I think, 2 schools that they came to. So it was very, usually every year we do get foreign exchange students from Japan. Last year we also got them from Germany. And so it was a great experience for them, just to talk to them, and so they can learn how we're doing. And a lot of them said that they liked it better out here. So I mean, that means we're doing something right, I feel like. So, but yeah.
And she did such a wonderful job. Surprise, right? Of course, I'm talking to Kaylee. And she's like, hey, Ryan, I got to go. I've got to go. Yeah. Sure, go. What are you doing? And that's how I ran into that. So great job by you, Kaylee. You're just always such an outstanding representation of Toronto High School. And thanks for sharing that. We just, not only is she representing, Toronto High School in the high desert, but I guess we can say globally, right? Because she's doing great work with the Germans there. So thanks so very much.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. There being no further business to come before the board, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. A second.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Do appreciate that. Preferential vote from Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, by show of hands. Any opposed? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Ryan,